Hello, friends. If you're watching this when this is not live, be sure to check the description so you can skip ahead to the main content. We're going to hang out in the waiting room, so I'll see you soon. friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Try Day Friday. Today has been long awaited. A lot of people want to see me try Java and Spring Boot. So we've been doing this stream every Friday where I try something new. Last week we tried building a 3D game with Godot. The week before that we tried Laravel and PHP. Before that we tried Rust. Before that we tried HTMX. So the plan for today is to try Java with Spring Boot. Now, I have used Java. I wonder if I'm going to say Java a lot. If I say it quickly, Java. I have used Java before, and I have used C#. C# is very similar to Java, so I am familiar with Java syntax. So really, this is going to be me learning about the Spring ecosystem and what Spring gives you for building things with Java. Now, I do know that you can build web services and like REST APIs with Spring. So that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to do the quick start. We're going to just get it up and going. And then from there, we'll learn how do we build RESTful services with it. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people say is C# is Microsoft Java. Yeah. And apparently it's from VMware. I didn't know that until I started looking into it today. The plan today, Harsh, is to try the basics. So I have to at least get the quick start going. And then after that, we will do the building a RESTful web service. And after we get those two things done, then we can start diving into the other things about Spring, like connecting to a database or other aspects of it. Yeah. It was from Pivotal. Fascinating. Cool. Yeah. So that's the plan. I have already done some local setup, so it should be pretty straightforward to kind of just start going. But everything I have listed here is on GitHub, and then also if you look through their docs, they have links to all of this stuff. But I installed first the Java SDK. So SDK stands for Software Development Kit, and you need to install this, or the JDK, the Java Development Kit, in order to get the Java compiler. So once you have it installed, you can then do Java C from the command line. If you can run Java C from the command line, you have the Java SDK in the Java compiler. Also, I'm not up to date on like what version of Java I should be using or different stuff like that. I know that 21 is the latest, so 21 is the version that I installed. I think technically with Spring Boot you can also use version 17. And 21 is listed as LTS. I hope we don't run into compatibility issues or anything with it being too new. I don't know how new it is. But my plan is to use Java version 21. Okay, that was my concern. So Nephi is saying, go for 17. 21 is still too recent. It's supported, but tutorials will make you use 17. Okay, I'm going to use 21 for now because as far as I know, the Quick Start Guide says, and at least the Spring docs says, you can have minimum 17, but you can use 21. If we run into issues, we'll install 17. I do not plan on making a Minecraft mod, but it is good to know that you can use the Java language for Minecraft. But yeah, that's the plan for today. That's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to pause, take a step back, welcome everybody in, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, 21 is still too early. This is what I was worried about. It's like a similar thing in even like the node.js world. Like, I mean, I guess, yeah, like it's interesting to me that you all are saying that 21 is still too early, even though they list it as a long-term support. But I guess initially when 21 is released, they're like, all right, we are going to long-term support this. And then, you know, there's stuff after that they need to update. Yeah. Yeah, I installed SDK, man. All of that is on the list. Spring Boot, I don't think comes with the JVM. Spring Boot runs on top of the JVM. Yeah, so I installed the Java SDK. I installed Maven and Gradle. I know these two, you pick one, you use one or the other, but I have both of them. So regardless of what the tutorial tells us to use, I'll have it. I have SDK Man, which I learned about in their docs. This is the command line tool that lets you install software development kits. So this will potentially let us switch to version 17 of Java if we want to. I installed the Spring Boot CLI. We'll learn more about that. From the docs, it kind of seems like people aren't using the CLI, you like use a web tool. We'll get there. And then I installed this extension pack. So this extension pack has a bunch of extensions that help you with building Spring Boot applications inside of VS Code. Cool. That's it. If you go to github.com/codinggarden/tryday-friday, all of those links are in today's folder. So if you want to potentially try and follow along, you're going to need to get this stuff set up. We're going to take a few minutes to say hello, welcome everybody in, and then we'll go from there. All right. Hello everyone. How are you? How was your week? I am tired of standing right now. I went to Meow Wolf yesterday. Meow Wolf is an interactive art installation, an interactive and immersive art installation, and I was there for like 5 hours yesterday. Because I've been there before, but yesterday I specifically was trying to find the narrative and like solve some of the puzzles that you can find in the place. So yeah, my wife and I were there for like 5 hours yesterday. So my feet are tired. But yeah. Yeah. How much time do we have? No. The plan is at most 3 hours. At most we'll be here for 3 hours. Yeah. Do I have? Yeah, I see that too. It looks yellowish. I don't have any sort of. There's no yellow tint on my side. I'm not gonna worry about it because it'd probably take me too long to fix. Let's say hello to everyone though. If you would like me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, what's up. And also, first we'll take a stretch. But yeah, I can see in my monitor looks yellow. My laptop screen does not look yellow. You might have also noticed I added a thing to my overlay where it hides messages after 30 seconds. We'll see how that works out today. But if you want to say hi to me, say any one of these things that matches this regular expression, here we go. We are going back in time. Harsh was the first to say hello 41 minutes ago. Harsh was definitely one of the people that wanted to see Java Spring Boot, so you can thank Harsh for this being the topic for today. What's up, Danny? And MD Madudin, good to see you. What's up, Ariane and Rasham and Nephi and Millen and Matt and Pranyan and Demerka and Buffer and hello, Bugalo. And his name is hidden. That's a new bug. Oh, wait, some people's images are hidden too. Man, all kinds of bugs. Coding Gaming, good to see you. What's up, The Vanisher and Mr. and Mrs. Llama and Elf is my name. What's up, Salahuddin? It's been a while. What's up, MBJ and Nixon and Jast and Late Key and America 2050. Hello, Crazy Vulcan and Jaguar and One Computer Guy and Slake and Amitabh. What's up, RS Romano? Yeah, and some people last time mentioned that I should like try to use Kotlin or something with Spring Boot. But today we're just going to focus on Java and Spring Boot. In the future, we might do a Try-Day Friday with Kotlin if people are interested in that. We could also like build an Android app with Kotlin or something like that. What's up, Irosum and Eddie? Good to see you. What's up, Namantha and Moshiko and Jim and Nime and Drop and Nerf and Default and Aldu. What's up, Jicom and Sis and Neon Angelism and Int82 and Adham and Noxdev and Sebastian and Robert and M. Alali and Raphael. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, we'll fix the overlay at some point. Yeah. Yeah, it was good to see you all. Now, I guess before we jump into it, any questions, comments, concerns? And what's up, Syntax? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Oh, over on YouTube. I was like, do you have a Twitch account? Cool. Yeah, shout out Syntax. Go follow. They're doing cool things over there. And if you haven't listened, they have a podcast you should definitely check out as well. All right. You'll try to build something in Spring Boot first time with you today? Sure, that's what some people like to do on these Try-Day Fridays is kind of just try to follow along. Sometimes I move quickly, but I at least give you the setup that I'm using. So if you go to that GitHub repo, you have all the links, and this is the guide that I will be following, which is linked in that repo as well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the issue is with the images not popping up. Maybe wait, is Twitch maybe using a new CDN for their avatars? I don't know. Let's get into it though. Let's write some code. First, before we write some code, we are going to talk about what do I already know about this stuff, and um, we also want to know like what is Spring Boot, why would we use it, all of that good stuff. So, what is it? Why should we use it? I also like to do like what can we compare it to? Because that might help people with your mental model of trying to figure out what this is and what it does. But I also like to start off with what do I already know about it? And first of all, we can talk about Java. So Java was the first programming language that I learned in college, in my computer science degree. I had done some programming before college, but that was the computer science 101. I learned to program with Java there. So that was a long time ago, and I have done Java before. But I know that Java is a programming language, a general purpose programming language that runs on 3 billion devices, exactly. So yeah, a general purpose programming language means you can use it for a lot of different things. You can use it to build desktop apps. You can use it to build web APIs like we're going to do today. You can use it to build command line apps. It's general purpose. You can do a lot of things with it. That's good to note about it is that it is cross-platform. And the reason it's cross-platform is because of the way that Java and the Java virtual machine works. So when you write Java code, it is compiled to an intermediate language. IL? I don't know if... Yeah, I think IL. IL is what they call it. So you compile it to this intermediate language, and that intermediate language can run anywhere the Java virtual machine runs. So Java compiled code runs on top of the JVM. Yeah, I guess bytecode is another thing that they call it. Java bytecode. You could think of these as like binaries that aren't specific to a CPU or a specific kind of architecture. They're specific to the Java virtual machine. And anywhere the Java virtual machine runs, that compiled code can run. Can we talk about the downsides of the JVM? No. we are moving forward with the idea that we're going to be using Java. I mean, I think that's a discussion further down the line once we've gotten deeper into like building things with it and maybe understanding the performance implications and stuff like that. So yeah, and then the reason I mention all of this is to say that it's cross-platform is anywhere the JVM runs, Java programs can run. And that means we have a JVM implementation that runs on a Mac, that runs on Linux, that runs on Android, that runs all across these different kinds of operating systems that lets us do things cross-platform. And I guess the other thing to mention is that I know that it is a garbage collected language. And so because it's running on top of the JVM, you write code that doesn't directly manage memory. You just instantiate things, create variables for the things that you need, and then the garbage collector, which is running inside the JVM, will automatically free up that memory when it is no longer used. Yeah, I would say it's similar. You could think of it like node.js, in that node.js is a runtime that runs on any it runs on a lot of different operating systems and architectures. The major difference is that JavaScript code is not compiled. So the Node.js runtime takes the JavaScript source code and runs it directly from the source code. With the JVM in Java, it doesn't run Java source code. It's running the compiled code. So they're similar in that they have this runtime that they run on top of, but they're different in that Java is compiled. JavaScript with Node.js is not compiled. You're actually shipping source code with the Node.js and JavaScript. Okay, so yeah, garbage collected, statically typed is another thing we can say. All of our uh, types and variables and everything else need to be labeled as a specific type. So like float, double, string, different things like that. And the program will not compile unless all of your typings and everything are in line. So that's another major difference between like JavaScript running on top of Node.js is Java code that has type errors won't even compile, and if it won't compile, it won't run. Whereas JavaScript potentially could have like runtime type errors. The Node.js runtime, if you pass it a JavaScript file, is still going to attempt to run. It's going to do its best to run it. Yeah, and that's another thing to mention is it is an OOP language, an object-oriented language. In that, everything is class-based. Like from the top down, everything's an object. So everything you're doing is always working with classes. I think that's it for like the basics of Java. And this is important to know and differentiate but for what we're about to do, because Java is the programming language, JVM is the runtime, Spring is the framework, right? Spring, it's a framework for building Java applications. And they allow you to build a lot of different kinds of Java applications. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's 100% OOP, especially as far as I'm aware, in more recent versions of Java, they have introduced Lambda functions, and you can do more functional style programming. But the majority of the Java code you're going to see out there is OOP code. Yeah, and some people mentioned JIT or like just in time compiled. Yeah, I would say that like it's not just web apps, because if we look at their homepage, I would say, I guess, like mainly web apps, yeah, like, but various kinds of web apps. Like they have specific things for doing REST APIs, but they also have specific things for microservices, and they don't necessarily overlap. There's probably some overlap, but not full overlap. And then they also support doing things like on serverless. Once you start diving into their docs, you will see the many different kinds of things that you can do with it. Now I'm trying to make the parallel to like what we would compare this to in the JavaScript and Node.js world. I would say Spring. Actually, I don't even know what they would call it or like what the package name is, but like this Spring Web. This would be like similar to Express.js. That's probably the closest comparison. Is like the web is Express.js. Yeah, the way that all of the code is structured is very similar to Nest.js, and Nest.js took a lot of inspiration from Spring, as far as I'm aware. But for people that haven't heard of Nest, you could think of like Express. So Express allows you to define backend routes and handlers that can respond to incoming HTTP requests, and Spring lets you do the same thing. But it's a lot more structured than Express. You could think of Java similar to TypeScript, sure, but it's different in that like there is no TypeScript runtime. You don't run TypeScript code. You do compile TypeScript code, but you actually aren't compiling it. You're just transpiling it. It's hard. It's when you get into the details, it really is hard to try and make these parallels and comparisons. But let's take a look at Nest.js, because this is a JavaScript backend framework. If you are a JavaScript dev, you might be familiar with this. And they have this idea of controllers. So like you have a class that defines a controller for some backend handling of something, and Nest provides all of these annotations. What are these called? Decorators. They provide these decorators that make it simpler to define your code. Yeah, so these are decorators. And so like this is saying this is a controller and this is a get method. This decorator, that's all you need to say that this is a method that will respond to a get request. Okay, and apparently they're called annotations in Java. But decorators are a TypeScript thing that's not specific to Nest.js. But Nest.js uses decorators in a similar way that Spring uses decorators. Yeah, I think so. Java is in no way related to JavaScript. Yeah, there's that funny comic. Java is to JavaScript as ham is to hamster. Yeah. This confusion is understandable given the lamentable names that have been assigned to different technologies. This isn't the first time this has happened. JavaScript sounds like it has something to do with Java, but it doesn't. In fact, Java is to JavaScript as ham is to hamster. In that they only share a name. There is some historical context there, and the JavaScript is called JavaScript because I guess was it Netscape? Who were the original? Yeah, I think it was at Netscape where JavaScript was first created. They were trying to ride the hype of Java back in the day, and that's why they called it JavaScript. But it actually has nothing. It doesn't run on top of the JVM. Yeah, and then Oracle, who now owns Java, technically owns the copyright to the name JavaScript. That's a whole other rabbit hole. But Nest.js in the JavaScript Node.js backend world, this is what you can. This is more similar to like what Spring Boot gives you. There's also things like dependency injection and like middlewares, and really this is a more enterprisey way of developing backend applications. I feel like I'm not dissing it by saying enterprisey. I'm I'm saying enterprisey because it's a lot more structured. There's a lot more code. There's a lot more yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, a lot more code, a lot more or structure to do the things you want to do, but they provide that foundation, and this works really well for large teams, large code bases. And that's why you do see a lot of Angular teams using like Nest.js on the backend because it kind of shares that these enterprise mentalities. And Java typically is used a lot in enterprise. I think these days you actually have to have a license to even be using Java at your company, something like that. At least that's what I read when I was installing the Java runtime this morning. But yes, okay, great. Yeah. I'm enterprisey and that model works. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like a lot of people knock it, but they're potentially working on solo projects or on smaller teams. When you work in a large organization, you have a really large code base, it's hard to manage code bases that have their own opinions or have like come up with their own ways of doing things. If you have standards and opinionated things and conventions, it makes it so that the code base is much more maintainable and lasts longer. The code base potentially outlasts the people that initially developed it. Oh, okay, that's a good thing to bring up. Late Key is mentioning you need a license for Oracle Java, but you can use other implementations. Yes, yeah, that's a great point to bring up because there is the Open JDK, which is an open source implementation of the Java runtime. So you can use this. It has an open source license. You don't technically need to get a license from Oracle to use their version of it. So yeah, that's a thing as well. Okay, so Java is the language. Spring is the framework. Provides many guides and opinions and conventions and built-in libraries for doing all the web service things we would want to do. Now, because Java is a general purpose programming language, you don't have to use Spring to build a REST API. There are other frameworks, there's other ways to do it. Spring is very popular, and it is, as far as I've seen, one of the main ways people are building web services and back-end web applications with Java. Okay. You can create CLIs? See, there's a lot I don't know. There's a lot about it that I don't know. I know that they have a CLI, but that would be interesting to see. Like, that would mean that they also have libraries a library for like parsing command line arguments or something like that. Yeah. As far as I can see, or as far as I can tell so far, like Spring is a whole ecosystem, really. Yeah, and then Spring Data is another thing I was starting to look into. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing is I called this stream trying Spring Boot. So Spring Boot takes an opinionated view of building Spring applications and gets you up and running as quickly as possible. Spring Framework provides core support for dependency injection, transaction management, web apps, data access, messaging, and more. So there's more than just Spring Boot. It's like the whole Spring ecosystem. And then Spring Data, it has a consistent approach to data access. So this would be like our built-in ORM, or a way of dealing with databases and stuff like that. Yeah. There's a Spring project named Spring Shell, which lets you make your own command lines. Cool. One string won't be enough. Well, it will be, because all we're going to be doing is building a web API. Like, that's the thing, is we're not exploring the whole ecosystem. We are building a RESTful API with Spring and Spring Boot. That's the plan. Okay. So what is it? This is what I have learned. Spring is an ecosystem of packages. I guess what would we call the packages and projects? Yeah, like all of these things. It's a lot. It's a lot. Spring Boot specifically is their offering for building web services. Part of the Spring ecosystem provides modules. Let's call them modules. I like that. Yeah. What did they say here? Yeah, provides an opinionated way of building backend web apps. Okay. I do think I'm going to be interested in Spring Data, because this is going to allow us to connect to a database, and I think they have some kind of ORM. Provides a familiar and consistent Spring-based programming model for data access. Cool. It really is a lot. The team is investing a lot in the ecosystem. It seems like it. It seems like there's a lot of people using it too. I mean, this already is it's a popular stream. There's already a lot of people here, and we're just getting started. So people are interested in Spring and Spring Boot. Okay. Yeah, so that's what it is. It lets us build backend APIs. Why should we use it? Let's see if they have any selling points on their site as to why we should use it. Yeah, why Spring? Spring makes programming Java quicker, easier, and safer for everybody. Spring's focus on speed and simplicity and productivity has made it the world's most popular Java framework. An integrated and full-featured ecosystem. Codex says, I haven't heard Spring Boot in 15 years. It's getting really popular as far as I can tell. And from what we're seeing on their site, they have a lot of offerings, and like a lot of up-to-date offerings as well. Yeah, that's the vibe that I get. Again, I'm not familiar with the Java ecosystem, but it does feel like if you're building web APIs in Java, you're probably using Spring Boot. Yeah. So it's productive, fast, secure. So I think this one line, an integrated and full-featured ecosystem, they're going to have everything we would want in terms of building a back-end web service. They have ways of dealing with databases. They have ways of dealing with auth. They have ways of dealing with testing and security. And it can create all kinds of things. Microservices, serverless, task automation. Yeah, just like, I think it's a good comparison to make, because we tried Laravel like two weeks ago. Laravel is like full featured and it's a whole ecosystem, whereas pretty much if you see someone building modern PHP, they're probably using Laravel. This is a similar thing for the Java world, it seems like. And it actually makes you think, like, why don't we have something like that in the JavaScript world? Like, there's just too many options in the JavaScript world. I feel like maybe the closest you could get is like Next.js or SvelteKit, but even those lack a lot of the things that are built into like Spring or Laravel. Like, they don't have a built-in, none of those things have built-in auth systems. They're all like third-party packages, and potentially there's more options to choose from. They typically don't have an opinionated way of dealing with your database. Yeah, Blitz is closer, but I still think like it still lacks some of the things you get with like automated ORM to controller mapping and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know if I've talked about Blitz.js on stream before, but Blitz tries to be more on top of Next.js to give you more opinions and stuff like that, and more built-in things. And maybe eventually they want to be something like Spring or Laravel. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying is like it's closer, but it's still not there. Like there's still and the issue, I guess the issue is like you can still assemble your own collection of packages and projects in the JavaScript world. But yeah. And Adonis is something people have brought up before. And I started reading their docs. It's pretty cool. They are more full featured, but they're not as popular. Like you just don't see as many people talking about them like you see people talking about Next.js or whatever else. Okay. Yeah, they have microservices, serverless, batch processing, etc. Okay. What can we compare it to? PHP Laravel, I guess, was a good comparison. We could compare it to Adonis.js in that it has all this stuff like built in. Yeah, okay, that's another good one. If we're in the Python world, Django and Python. Yeah, and in the C# world, this would just be like .NET web, like just the whole the whole .NET system. Yeah, and for like Ruby, this would be similar to like Rails. As far as I know, Flask is. Oh yeah, we should put Nest.js. On this list. As far as I know, Flask is less similar because Flask is more of like a micro framework, similar to like Express, whereas Django is more full featured. I've tried like the basics of Remix. I haven't built anything complex with Remix. Yeah, but yeah, that's what it is. That's what we can compare it to. What questions do you have? Yeah, I would say it's harder to compare it to Next.js, or SvelteKit, just because those meta frameworks focus on, like, they have the API piece, they have like the hybrid rendering piece, but they're lacking the database integration, like opinions and conventions. Yeah. Why are some pairs and some are the other way around? You mean in my list? I'm just not consistent in my list. I don't know. We could put the language first. Is that what you mean? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not wearing a beanie today. Yeah, Spring is a framework of frameworks. Yeah, there's like 20 different frameworks baked in. That's what I'm saying. It's like these are a close comparison, but as far as I can tell from reading all of their stuff, it's like it's even more. It's even more than what these provide. But for the piece of it that we're interested in, Spring Boot and building web services, that piece of the Spring ecosystem is more similar to these things. Yeah. Cool. That's where this breaks down, right? Because the language is JavaScript, and I guess technically it's not node.js because these could potentially run on alternative runtimes. Let's not nitpick. Let's jump into the quick start. So on their website, if you go to learn and then quick start, that is what I am about to follow. This is going to give me a Spring Boot application that I can run locally and play around with. I will mention that I've already done all my local setup. So I installed the Java SDK, I installed Maven and Gradle, I installed SDKman in the Spring Boot CLI, I set up my editor with the Spring Boot extension pack. My computer should be ready to go. It should be ready to run Spring Boot codes. So they have this website, start.spring.io. You can choose all of your options, and this will generate like a base Spring Boot application for you. So in the dependencies dialog, search for web, Spring Web. And apparently there's also Spring Reactive Web and Spring Web Services. Like you can build SOAP APIs if that's something you want to do. I'm curious about Spring Reactive Web. Like this might be like reactive programming on the back end. Fascinating. They also have like GraphQL. So like they have all this stuff. We specifically today are only going to be looking at Spring Web. Doesn't IntelliJ cost money? That's mainly why I'm just going to use VS Code because I already have it all set up. Okay, so we have web. And then we click generate. So let's take a quick stretch. You could so the Spring Reactive uses RX Java. That's fascinating. It has a free version? Well, I don't want to spend the time installing it. I'm just gonna use VS Code. It'll be fine. What's up, JFellyWeb? Good to see you. This screenshot is out of date. It says 2.2.6, but that's fine. So, project Gradle and Groovy, language Java. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The quick start is out of date, and it has me as a beginner confused because it's telling me that there should only be 2 options here, but now there are 3 options, and I actually don't know which one lines up. Everyone's saying use Maven, and okay, good call. So their screenshot says choose Maven. There is only one Maven option, so we were gonna choose Maven. Great. I guess I didn't talk about this, but earlier we were talking about the JVM or the Java Virtual Machine. There are other languages that can compile down to intermediate language or bytecode that runs on the JVM. So one of those is a language called Kotlin. Another one is a language called Groovy. So technically you could build your backend not with Java, you could use one of those other languages. We are going to use Java and Maven, and the whole thing is just going to be demo. Go. All right. Give me one moment. Let me download this. All right, I've downloaded it. Now what? Yeah, so projects from this contain Spring Boot. You haven't missed much, Kaizen, where you have just downloaded our project generation thingy. Let's hope I have Java 7. I have 21. I already talked about that, but we'll see how it works out. It's an interesting way to initialize. Yeah, when I was looking into this morning, I was like, am I okay with this? Don't I want a CLI? I'm more used to having a CLI tool. But I will show you. So I installed the Spring Boot extension pack, and this actually comes with Spring Initializer inside of VS Code. So instead of using that web UI, you technically could generate projects right inside of VS Code. But I'm not going to do that yet. We're just going to use what they tell us to use. All right. Earlier, I unzipped a zip file and it went just directly into the folder. So I'm going to make a demo folder. I guess let's try this. I'm gonna be brave. I'm going to unzip this and tell it to go into the demo folder. Does that work? It does work. Great. I'm gonna remove the zip file. It didn't work. It didn't unzip anything. I don't know the unzip command. That's okay. Give me a second. I'm just gonna re-download. Oh, never mind. Somebody mentioned this earlier. Under Java version, I should choose 21 because I do have version 21 installed. Unzip-D, okay. Do I have TLDR? No, I don't. Unzip, demo.zip, D, demo. Demo. Okay, well, now I put it into a nested folder called demo. Cool. I've unzipped the file. I now have a demo folder. Let's go in. Let's open this up in VS Code. Yeah, I almost removed Dino. Okay. So let's look at what we got. And actually, so because I have the extension, it's detected that. Let me turn off the drop game really quick. So it's detected that I have a Spring Boot application. Null annotation types have been detected. What does that mean? Null safety annotations. Starting with Spring 5, we now have access to an interesting feature helping us write safer code. The @non-null annotation is the most important among all annotations of the null safety feature. Suppose we have a class. We have nullable. I see. So the code is using this attribute, which would mean I would want to enable this. So yeah, cool. All right, yeah, we have our base project here. I'm not even going to dive into the files. Let's keep following this guide here. So open your project and locate demoapplication.java. Okay, I was like, are they going to tell me the folder? Because as I suspected, we're in the Java world and we got to go like 30 levels deep. Yeah, Java com example demo. And then finally demo application. Cool. So this is our Java codes. Some things to note about Java if you're a JavaScript developer. Java requires semicolons. And Razor one, thank you for the tier 1. So Java requires semicolons. In order to bring in even internal libraries, we have to use the import keyword. So this is bringing in the stuff that gives us all these Spring annotations and the auto configuration. And then we have our application, which is a class, and it's called demo app. And then this just runs the app. Cool. So now the quick start is having us add an endpoint here below that. Like this. So this git mapping annotation says that this route will respond on the /hello route or /hello path. And we have request parameters. So I guess those are potentially like query parameters. Oh, good call, Solitary. It also wants us to add the REST controller annotation here. This is fascinating to see. I don't know if you saw this, but the moment I added this code, it automatically added the imports. It didn't even give me a prompt for that. And then the moment I added this annotation, it immediately gave me that import as well. So that's nice. It's nice. I didn't even have to figure out what are the imports. It just immediately imported it the moment I started writing that code. Let's actually see this in action, right? So if I now start writing @git mapping, yeah. So the moment I autocomplete it, it automatically adds the import. Cool. Cool. Oh, I didn't even notice this. It actually generated a method for me too. That's great. Wow. Wow. Okay. Am I missing anything? No. So now we can try it. So in order to run it, we do /Gradle boot run. Will it auto import and auto delete? Let's see. No. We're going to get, at that point, we'll get a warning and then we'd have to remove it ourselves. We're using Maven? This is literally the quick start on their website. They told me to choose Maven, right? Did they tell me to not? Did they not tell me to choose Gradle? I know I chose Maven because the screenshot said Maven. I can figure out what command to run, but for this to be such a big framework, I feel like the quick start page should be updated and not as confusing. All right, we do have this Maven command file. So I'm guessing if I run this, something's gonna happen. Okay. Here's more gripes with their quick start. This tells us to run Gradle. If you look at their screenshot, they're running Maven. Yeah. Is this open source? Can we make this better? Somebody go tell Mr. Spring Boot or Mrs. Spring Boot their quick start is out of date. Okay. I'm curious though. Let's actually just look in that file. Because the screenshot says Maven spring-boot:run. And I'd be curious if this lists the tasks that we can run. Don't look in this file. It's just a bash script, right? Nothing crazy. Yeah, I agree. Syntax is mentioning quick start that's not right or out of date is my number one pet peeve. I agree. Like this is the landing page of new people to your framework, to your library. It should be up to date. I don't know how recently they updated to 3.2.2, but let's see. So yeah, the screenshot tells us to run that command. I was just gonna see if I could find it in here anywhere. If there was like a list of commands. Wait, if I clear the browser cache, will it reload? All right. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm just going to run the command that is in the screenshot. Cool. That command is from the Spring Boot Maven plugin. Okay, so I guess I wouldn't have seen it in there. It is running. On what port? 8080. I think I already have something running on port 8080. It doesn't say hello world. It should, so by default it says hello world if you don't pass in a query parameter. Yeah, default is world. Yeah, okay, so that's, yeah, so see, I have a little overlay running that says how many Twitch subs I have. I need to change the port. Application properties in source main resources. Source main resources, application properties. Server port. Yeah, let's do port 9000. And we can kill it. White label error page. Great. If that's not enterprise, I don't know what is. Okay. Hello. Nice. Hello world. And we should be able to pass in the name attribute. Nice. We have ourselves a backend app. All right. It was a little slow going. They need to they should update their landing page right now. They absolutely should. But let's examine the code that we wrote, and let's look at what we built. So if you were to write this like in node.js and Express, I think this example is like fairly straightforward. It's just an app that has an endpoint/hello that will respond to any GET request with this. Some things to note here is that we have statically typed the request parameters, right? So we get access to name inside of here, but we map it to the query parameters and say that it is going to be a string. For instance, if we wanted to, let's play around, right? Let's try to make like a little math endpoint. Like if we say like /add, and we take in two numbers. We want, well, not the number. I guess we'll take in integers, right? Integer is a thing, yeah. So integer A and integer B. We can say the value is A, and then the default value is 0. So in the query parameters, when we pass in A, is it just int? I don't know. Cannot convert from int to string. Oh, do I have to do that conversion myself? I see. Well, maybe I don't have to do the conversion, but maybe I have to say in the query parameter, it will be a 0, but ideally they're going to convert it to an integer for me. And so I would need this same thing on this one. Call it B. And we will just return A plus B. All right, why is this complaining? Cannot convert from int to string. Oh, my return type here is a string. I need to set my return type to be an int. Okay. This seems fine. I guess the thing to note is, like, if you were to implement something like the, strong typing, like we have to define our return type, we have to type the query parameters. If you're used to using TypeScript, this will mostly make sense. Okay, but now that means we have a backend endpoint called /add. And so if I go to /add, it should just give back 0. It doesn't. It gives the white label error page. I bet I need to restart, right? Yeah, I got to restart. There's probably a watch command. Okay. And now, if I pass in A is 40, that should give us back 40. And then if I also pass in B as 2, it gives us back 42. Very good. Test pass. This is cool to see, though. Like we've statically typed our query parameters and our return type. Yeah. I think that's a good way to think about it and look at it, is like strong typing, less debugging for sure. Welcome back to 1990. There's probably a way to do hot reloading. I see. There's an extra dependency, and that will add hot reload. I won't do that just now because I am going to follow the other tutorial for building a REST API, and ideally they'll set it up in there. If not, we'll do that. So yeah, what happens if we pass in a non-integer? White label error page. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Failed to convert value of type Java lang string to required type int for input string wat. Yeah, so this is throwing an exception internally. Like, ideally, we should be able to handle that error somehow. And I don't know how. The white label error page mentions that we could have a mapping for error. And, maybe there's a way of saying what should happen if there was an error. Yeah. There's exception handler in Spring. Yeah. So we're not going to dive into that right now because I do want to do the next tutorial, which is going to build like more of a REST API. White label is meant to be replaced with another word or name. Yeah, so I mean, if you're white labeling is the concept of you have some kind of software that doesn't have any branding on it, but then it can be repurposed for various brands by like adding their logo, adding their company name. Um, I am curious though. How do we fix this? Like what would we change? Customize the white label error page. First, disable the white label error page by setting server error white label enable property to false. I'm guessing we put that in the same spot where I changed the port. And then if we don't have a white labeled error page, maybe it'll just like do the stack trace. No. We get status 400 bad request. That's cool. Cool. Adding this disables the error page and shows a concise page. It's the Tomcat server default error page. Okay, good to know. And it also is good to know that there's more stuff going on here than just Spring Boot. And I guess Maven, which is the command that we ran. Tomcat is a way of running Java backend applications. I guess, would you consider Tomcat to be the thing that keeps the process running and like handles incoming requests? It is the application server. It's the runtime for our app. Yeah. It's like Nginx? Okay. It's an HTTP server. Okay, that's good to know then. It's an HTTP server and it's routing requests to our Java app. All right, we have the basics of at this point. Yeah, I think we have the basics. I want to do the deeper tutorial that's going to tell us about how do we create other types of routes? How do we do error handling? There's a lot more we want to do when we're building these backend routes. But this is a good first step, right? Like this is how we make an API, right? So cool. All right, I am going to jump into this tutorial now, though. Building a RESTful web service with Spring Boot. Am I going to use the service and repo layers? Whatever this is, I'm going to use that. You can change the server if you desire. I guess that's good to know. So like Tomcat is like the default, it's like baked in, but if you want to use Nginx or Apache, I guess you could do that too. Let's add a ping route and respond with Pong. All right, but we're going to let chat do it. Chat, what is the first step in adding a new backend route to my Spring application? What do I need? What do I need to create a ping route? Just pray. We need a get mapping. Good job, Neo-Angelism. We had a get mapping, and this is actually cool to see the snippet. So because I installed the suite of extensions in VS Code, this snippet literally just creates everything for me. Okay, so the path we want is ping. It will return what type. What type are we returning here? We haven't really even talked about the Java data types, but if you know the basics of TypeScript, you would know what type Pong is. What is Pong? Close this, start a node server. Yeah, we want a string, right? So we are going to respond with a string. We will call this method ping. Well, no, not that. Ping. It will have no request params. So we just completely empty this out. And then song with Pong. Great. I can use the request mapping annotation. Yeah, I don't think I need this whole new string. This is like if I'm doing like a string builder or string formatting. I think I can literally just do this. Cool. All right. Restart our server. And then now we should have an endpoint at localhost 9000. Ping. Pong. Great. Cool. We did it. Great job, everybody. Let's get on to this. So building a RESTful web service. This guide walks you through the process of creating a Hello World RESTful web service with Spring. We will build a A service that does GET requests here and will respond with a JSON representation of a greeting. You can customize the greeting. Man, I don't need a tutorial for that. Maybe I do, but here's what I'm thinking. At that point, we have to start thinking about like JSON serialization and stuff like that, and like, does it do it automatically? That's what I was gonna say. Like, do I need the tutorial to tell me about like JSON serialization and JSON mapping? I just want to try it, right? So, like, can I have two classes in a file, or is Java gonna yell at me? Yeah, must be defined in its own file. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to create a person.java. And it has a string first name. Do we have getters and setters in in Java like we do in C#? No. Okay. That's fine. We'll just make it a public property. I guess, can I define a constructor? Like a person constructor that takes in the string first name, and then like this dot first name is first name. No compile errors. I can use the record syntax. I'm gonna use what I know or what I've guessed, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so I've got a person, and I want to just do I need to call super? Okay. And then over here, I want a method that returns an instance of a person. So let's just create another mapping. Get person. And I'm not going to pass anything in for now. I'm just going to see if I can get it working. So I have access to the person class because I defined it in the same package. So com example demo, this is defined inside of com example demo. Why do we call super? I don't know. Somebody in the chat said we should. We'll see if this is going to work. My guess is it's not going to know how to serialize this thing, and at that point we're going to need the tutorial because I want to return a new person where the first name is CJ, like that. No need for super? Don't listen to chat? I mean, it won't hurt it to call super, though, right? I guess there is no base class. I guess that would hurt it. Don't need it. It's going to serialize it? If it serializes it, that's amazing. I don't even, like... Because this... this hurts me. But this is the thing to think about. We're writing our backend codes in Java. We have this person class. In the JavaScript world, we would define an object that has the property first name. And there's like a one-to-one mapping of an object to JSON just built into JavaScript. That's how, like, JavaScript object notation is based on how we define objects in JavaScript. In like the language itself, not JSON, but in JavaScript. If you're still following. But the thing to think about is, how does Java know how to turn this into a JSON object? Because ideally, this is a web API. We want to return something like this. And typically, there's actually like a fairly manual process. Not manual, but you have to do some sort of mapping that says, all right, when I serialize this, when I'm returning this to be sent across as a response to my request, or to an incoming request, we turn it into this. And everyone's telling me Spring does it for me. And that's great. The thing is, I've worked in like C# frameworks where it doesn't do it for you. You explicitly have to add annotations to say like what the property will be and stuff like that. Okay, but let's see what happens. I'm curious what error we're gonna get if we just try to do this. Yeah, let's see. Everyone's telling me I need a separate package, but let's see what happens. Person. It just works. And then if we look at the raw data, wow. Yeah, it's set the content type as application JSON. Welcome to Spring Magic. It's automation, not magic. Yeah, I think that's the thing. to think about, right, is like there can be some Java codes that can make some base assumptions of how to take a class and turn it into JSON. It gets more complex if you have like nested object properties and like things that aren't just like a basic object or basic type. Uh, Ched says, I definitely would have thought they returned it as XML. Yeah. I see. So Chandez is mentioning only if the name of the property is different from the expected JSON, then you need to add annotations. Yeah, because it could be that like your code base, maybe you have this, like you use underscore case in your code base, but then when we send it back as JSON, we want to map this to like, I don't know what it's going to be. Oh, apparently there's a JSON naming attribute. It's disallowed for this location. I mean, obviously, I need to go look at the JSON alias. Huh? Let's see if this works. And actually, this is a testament to like statically typed languages and like really good internal documentation. Because if this just works, then the editor support kind of helped me out there to figure out like what is that alias. Yeah, and so Jackson apparently is already a dependency here. Let's see. And so what this should do is when we serialize it, we're going to see the property name as first name, not first underscore name. It didn't work. There's probably more I need to set up for that. JSON property? Oh, JSON property. Thanks, Rapid. So that's fun. Okay, so what is this tutorial going to give us besides that then? Ooh, a resource controller. This will be good to learn about, right? Because right now, we're kind of just winging it. Right now, we're just creating routes, and this will not be very maintainable if we have a bunch of routes. So the idea of a controller that maps to a resource, that'd be good to learn about, because then you can have a person controller that returns person by ID or can query the person records and stuff like that. Yeah, so we will follow this tutorial. Cool. All right, we'll do this, and we're doing great on time. So after that, I think I want to figure out how to hook up a database to this. If we can get this working fairly easily, we'll look into Spring Data. Yeah. It is true, like if you want this same level of functionality in Express, like if you're not using a starter template, you're still gonna have to add like error handling code and middlewares and all that good stuff. Yeah. Cool. All right. Let's make another app. So we are going to build an app that responds at /greeting, and it takes in the name of the user and then replaces it on a property of the object that it's responding with. To start from scratch, move on to the start. Yeah, let's start from scratch. Again, we'll go to the Spring initializer. We'll choose Maven, Java 21, Spring Web, and generate. Actually, let me use the initializer built into VS Code. Let's do that. Was I not? I used Maven in this last one. I guess there's a lot of people that prefer Maven versus Gradle in the chat. Like that's a thing in the Java world. but yeah, so I installed this extension in VS Code. It's called the Spring Initializer. And I'm going to create a project with it. At 3.2, we want Java, com.example.demo, input artifact ID for your project. Demo, I guess. Jar and war are the different packaging types. I'm curious, what does this give us? Oh yeah, so this selected jar bar by default. So yeah, we'll choose jar, version 21, and then we can search for web. So Spring Web, that will add it as a dependency. And then here's all these other things that we could add as dependencies as well. Let's go to war. I think that's all we need. Let's go. And then we'll create a new folder called demo resource. Successfully generated it. Cool. Okay, yeah. So we need to set up the port on this one. Server.port. Actually, do I get autocomplete in this file? Oh, I do. Nice. This definitely has to do with the Spring Boot extension that I installed, but I'm in this application properties thing, and we can see all of the things that I can set. Okay. Port 9000. All right, I'm going to close the other one, and now we're working in a new Spring project. And here we go. Now that we've set up the project and build system, you can create your web service. The service will handle GET requests for /greeting, optionally with a name parameter in the query string. Great. Well, that's good to know, Tcozer. I'm going to stick with what they gave me for now, but yeah, I guess, what language is it? This properties file. Is it? Yeah, I don't know, but okay. Maybe like sort of. I think yeah. So if you're trying to make the comparison here, what is this file like? I think it's kind of like a .env. I actually don't know if we put secrets in here or just project configuration. It's literally properties. It's a properties language. Do people write Java in NeoVim? I bet you could, but I bet it requires a lot of setup to get this amount of like IntelliSense and autocomplete and stuff. But yeah, okay. On the surface, this looks like a .env, but if we have secrets, I don't know if they go in here. We potentially have to create like a... And I also don't know, like, is this added to the git ignore? It's not in the git ignore. So yeah, I don't think secrets should go here. So there's probably another way of handling secret values, but it is similar to .env, like in the Node.js world, that we put project configuration in there, like port number, and other things like that. So yeah. Okay. To model the greeting presentation, create a resource representation class. To do so, provide a Java record class for the ID and content data in the following listing. What? That's a mouthful. But I think they want us to... Oh, they called theirs REST service? That's fine. We just called ours demo. And inside of here, we want to have a greeting.java. Like that. Cool. It's also nice that, honestly, all of these extensions in VS Code are really good. Like, I create the file, it literally gives me a base public class already. But we don't want a class. We want a record. So public record greeting. And then we're going to be using this Jackson JSON library. This is what everyone was mentioning. And then when we brought in those JSON attributes, this is what it was using as well. So this is the library for working with JSON in Java. Why does it say demo.demo? Because I called the artifact demo and the package name was com.example.demo. I should have done better naming, but that's why. Usually this is like company name, and then I think this should have been project name. In their example, they called it REST service, but in my case, I called it demo. But naming is hard. But for the next one, I'll do better. Okay, so create a resource controller. Can you? I don't know. Like, I didn't break the chat. What's up, Stony? I made it so that the messages disappear after 30 seconds, but they reappear if I hover over the chat window. The only way to demo a demo is to demo. I don't know how easy it would be to rename my entire project because I do believe like this is referenced in multiple places. Yeah, so like com.example.demo is here. Actually, we can just look at the whole project. That's not too many places. Let's rename it. com.coding.garden.greeting.rest. Can I have a dash in it? Famous last words? Yeah, we'll see. We'll just call it REST service. The build file was modified. Do you want to synchronize the Java class path configuration? Sure. I guess it didn't update it over here, but that's okay. Oh no. There probably is somewhere else I need to update this then. What is it saying? Let's reload the window? Oh, I need to change the file structure too. Okay. All right, so Java coding. Oh, goodness. Garden. Coding garden REST service? I shouldn't have renamed it. REST service demo? Well, why do I have the demo folder now? I don't know enough about Spring to compare it to Laravel yet. I think what I do like is our base project is very simple compared to Laravel, and then we just add in the things we need. So, yeah, can I put these in here? Let's see if this still starts up. Failure. Greeting is public, should be declared in a file greeting.java. Oh, yeah, I don't know why this got renamed. Why'd this get renamed? I guess I renamed. Oh, maybe when I was trying to rename the folder, I renamed the file. com.coding.garden.rest service demo application. Unable to find a single main class from the following candidates. Oh. Did I really call it? I shouldn't have gone down this path. It should start with com. It should start with com. All right, we need a new folder inside of here. Com. And then we pull this into there. And then this needs to make sure that it's in the right package. We'll get there. Yeah, easy. It'll work. Nice. Okay. Back to the tutorial. So we now want to create a controller. Actually, I guess the demo application should be not inside of the REST service. Yeah, and we learned from that. Yeah, we at least learned how to rename our stuffs. But I think I want demo application to be here. And then the REST service lives inside the folder REST service. And so now if we have a greeting controller, that's nice and contained inside of this folder. I don't know if you missed that, but when I created the file, it actually asked me what I wanted. Do I want to create a class? I selected record. Okay. This is going to handle the GET requests. Now we have a... Wait. No, I don't want a record for this one. This one I do want a class for. But regardless, I think I can get some autocomplete if I do @REST controller. Maybe not. This did give us some autocomplete. Though the formatting isn't amazing. We'll get there though. But yeah, to take a step back, we have the greeting record. This is going to be the data that we respond with, and then the controller is going to be the thing that maps HTTP methods to some method that then gets our data. Yeah, I think, I don't think we're going to have a DB for this, but you could think about it like that. Yeah, this represents like one row in a database. In our case, I think it's all going to be there's only going to be one, but I think that is a good way to think about it. All right. So we want a string template. And then a counter. And then we're mapping /greeting to a method that returns a greeting. We call it greeting. The request param will be for the name. Records give you getters, setters, toString implicitly. That's awesome. So like when I create an instance of a greeting, well, not const, but JavaScript brain kicked in, but I would have like greeting is a new greeting. Wow. And then, yeah, so we automatically have a constructor. We didn't have to write that out. And then we can pass in the name like that and then respond with that. The Java supports var. Did they copy that from C#? Who did it first, C# or Java? Because I know from my C# days that they added the var keyword, which infers the type from the right-hand side. So this isn't a dynamic variable. It just infers the type from the right-hand side. So the type is greeting, left-hand side, var now corresponds to a greeting. I like that idea, Stony. Stony is mentioning I should make a choose the right stack video based on all the stuff I've tried, but yeah. It's funny to see that originally C# was Microsoft Java. Like Java did it first, but then C# came along, and now it kind of seems like Java is playing catch up to C#. Yeah, so, but like I said, this is still technically of type greeting. It's still technically of type greeting, but the code is easier to read because you don't have to put the name of the type everywhere. It just infers it from the right-hand side. Okay, so we have a query parameter that takes in name. We then create an instance of a greeting and give it an ID, and then pass in that name and then return that greeting. I think we're going to want to use this this template here along with the name. And I see, oh, this is cool. I did not, where does this come from? This atomic long? Java util concurrent. That's just built into Java. They have a built-in counter. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? We can literally do counter dot get and increment. Just built in. What's up, Oscar? Good to see you. I mean, this is a cool little nicety. It's like a little class where you can increment the value, but it's like a getter for. I mean, obviously, you're like, well, why don't you just use an integer, like, and just add 1 to it? But yeah, people are telling me it can handle race conditions and it's thread safe. Yeah, because that's the other thing to consider. This application potentially is running across multiple threads, and so if multiple requests all come into our app, this thing is going to be able to increment in the right way. I'm guessing under the hood they have like a lock or a mutex. What's the difference between a lock and a mutex? This is like a computer science interview now, but like there's a thing that a semaphore. All that stuff left my brain years ago. But there's some mechanism that says, okay, this thread currently has access to increment it and no other thread can access it. And then when it's done, some other thread can have access to increment it. That's really cool that that's just built into Java, not even Spring. This is just coming from Java itself. Okay. And then to use this template string, so the template string, this feels like C-style templates, like with the percent sign. And to use it, we can do string.format. So string.format takes in the template string and then the arguments. And so in this case, name. So it's going to apply this name to this template string. So the name becomes the %s right here. I've only done C# a couple of times on stream. So learning, well, the thing is, I did .NET in my past life. I've done C# before, but people do want to see .NET for a Try-Day Friday. Yeah, we could just return it on the next line. I wanted to demo using var right here though. So that's it. That's all we're done. Is this all we need? This would be interesting if this is all we need and there's no extra setup, because that means that Spring Boot is automatically finding all of my REST controllers and automatically registering them, because I created this controller. Right now, I have not written any code to say, register this controller and make sure that the routes get added. It's automatic. That's cool to know. I broke it. Unable to find a single main class from the following candidates. Com Coding Garden demo application. I think I messed it up when I put the demo application not in the REST service folder. Look what we have in here. It's because of this. Honestly, I need to learn more about like what should my ID be. What should my ID be? But I like the simplicity of that. So com coding garden. Now this is com.coding.garden demo application, and then this is com.coding.garden.rest service. Not quite. Unresolved compilation problem. Demo application. Because our tests are in the wrong. Our tests need to be in here, I guess. Wait. Try again. Yeah, I think there's probably a way to handle that drop mania, and also like conventions for that. So I think the concern that drop mania has is, all right, if this is now auto registering all of my routes, this could get crazy because now I have routes defined in several files, and how do I know what's defined where? There's conventions for it. Like I think all routes that start with /greeting are going to be defined in here, and then we can use that convention. Um, add component scan to the application class for telling Spring to search. Oh, also these tests are now wrong. Example demo. Yeah, I could rename that whole folder structure. I'm not going to. Is that missing over here? We have Spring Boot. What? Who said that? Yeah, Kamba is mentioning component scan. That tells it where the thing is now. Or do I not need that? Let's try that without it. Oh, what did I change? I guess it's because I broke the test. Is that what it was? Maybe it's because the test was broken. But now we should have a working app. So now if I go to /greeting, I can pass in a query parameter with name, and that's going to return a greeting object. Yeah, so hello world, and you'll see it responded with ID 0. If I make another request, we get ID 1, ID 2, ID 3. But now I can say name is CJ, and it'll say hello CJ. Okay. Cool. So if you don't put the component scan, or in our case, what I read from the chat is the... Oh, no, don't do that. Oh, no. Oh, no. This Spring Boot application, what do you call it? It inherits from, or at least includes component scan by default. Yeah. Cool. I have to try Spring repositories. All right. Is this the whole tutorial? I think they're explaining what all the things are. The key difference between a traditional MVC controller and the RESTful web service controller is the way that the HTTP response is created. Rather than relying on a view technology to perform server-side rendering of the greeting data, the RESTful web service controller populates and returns a greeting object. Yeah. The code uses Spring REST controller annotation, which marks this class as a controller, where every method returns a domain object instead of a view. It's a shorthand for including controller and response body. The greeting must be converted to JSON. Thanks to Spring's HTTP message converter support, you don't need to do this manually. Yeah, so we figured that out earlier, that we just return an object in it, and it does it. Yeah. Check this out. Somebody in the chat was mentioning this as well, but we just talked about it. This annotation, or do they call them annotations? This decorator? I think they call them annotations. But this annotation is a shorthand and includes component scan. You can run the app from the command line with Gradle or Maven. We were using Maven. Or you can just build the jar file and then run it from there. Too easy. Too easy. Now it's time to package my app. Now it's time to add a database. Yeah, I think now it's time to add a database. But first, I think I'll answer any questions in the chat about like what we've done so far. How do we run the test? Someone was mentioning that the tests just automatically run when you run Maven. But if we're testing a controller, I don't know how that would work. Like we would create an instance of a controller. They probably have some test niceties where we don't exactly have to maybe create an instance of a controller. We can test it as it is a web API. Like we can specify routes and make sure that it responds with the right things. Tests are not run by default. Okay. We can do Maven test. Let's see. Is it Spring Boot test? No. Great. Build failure. Illegal state. Unable to find a Spring Boot configuration. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think I'm gonna worry about the test here for now. All right. I'm gonna take a quick break, but when I come back, we're gonna figure out Spring data. Data? Access relational data using JDBC with Spring. Integrating data? Is there anything here on Postgres? Insert next. Thank you for the prime. That's without an ORM. Let's just see what this does. So we have a customer class. And then we store and retrieve the data from what? This actually runs some direct SQL code. Look for Hibernate. If you do ! setup, it has all the info about my Mac and all the apps I'm running. JPA? Spring data. Spring data JPA. It's Hibernate on this page? I see multiple people saying JPA, and Usprat, thank you very much for the resub. There are a lot of so just looking at Spring data, there are a lot of options. JDBC is like writing SQL, and Eddie, thank you for the bits, appreciate you. JPA is the Java Persistence API. Getting started? Hibernate is an implementation of JPA, so Spring Hibernate. Let's see what we can find. Introductions to ORM in Spring. I think I probably want getting started using accessing data with JPA. This uses an in-memory database. What's up, Eric Codes? Welcome in. Was this the one? Yeah, this is the one I was looking at earlier. No. But this uses JPA. So we have the class, which corresponds to like a database table, and then a query that is a that works via a repository. Yeah, we're live on YouTube right now too, so that exact link will be. You can watch this stream after. Yeah, this uses the repository pattern. Okay. Because when you call save, this will actually like insert into the database a record. However, this doesn't combine it with a REST API. This just does it from like the command line, which is interesting. Because this is doing a demo app with a command line runner. There's a DigitalOcean tutorial. I think at this point I'm considering not following a tutorial. Like at this point, I know the basics of Spring Boot. So can I combine all the sections of the docs to get like a working REST API that uses JPA to talk to a database? Because I mean, like right now in my head, it's just going to be that, all right, we have this. So if we look in this example, we have this repository, which has methods like save, I'm sure they probably have like update or something like that. And then I would in turn need to create a controller, and we would create RESTful methods. So we would create like a create method that then calls the save method of the repository. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking anyways. Okay, that's the plan. That's the plan. It'll be more fun to see me try and piece this together from the docs versus just straight up following a tutorial. Okay, so that's the plan. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Actually, I mean, we're on a hype train. I should probably wait for the hype train to be over before I take a break. I want to use Postgres. So we could figure out how to get JPA configured and talking to a Postgres database. I guess, does Spring REST, is there any way of automatically mapping a repository to a controller? Yeah, like that's what I want to do, Veritatas. Like, because that's much closer to something like what we were doing in Laravel, where if we're not doing anything custom, we don't even have to write the methods. You literally let it know, say, here's a controller, it should respond given this repository, and then all the routes just exist. Spring repository controller mapping. Mapping requests. And I am Ruse. Thank you for the resub. I'm not quite seeing what I'm talking about in the docs so far, which is basically like take a repository, map it to a controller. Okay, here we go. Accessing JPA data with REST. Let's see. Maybe it's not automatic, but I want to do it the right way. So yeah, they have the repository. And then yeah, no, it is possible. Check it out. They literally just add this decorator, and that does it. That's all. That's literally all you need. That's literally all you need. Yeah, look at that. It automatically maps it to like /people. But what I was saying is like, or what I was thinking is maybe like we create the controller, we map it, and this, what it's saying is you don't even need to create the controller. You literally just add that annotation, and now that repo is ready to go as a REST API. Oh, thank you, Ched. You're very kind. Appreciate you. This is too easy. I guess it's okay. So this sounds good. This is on the right track of like what we want to do. The other thing is I need to make sure that I can connect to JPA to a Postgres database. Just columns. I think the thing is, in a lot of scenarios, you probably want to customize the controller endpoints. Like it's not just going to be a one-to-one mapping of the entity to the API methods, especially if you have like nested relationships and stuff like that. But for a single table, this makes a lot of sense. Yeah. How about we set it up this way? Because I mean, this looks like literally one line of code. Check it out. We'll do it. And then after that, we can manually write our controller methods. Because at that point, we can also look into like validation and stuff like that too. All right. Look at this one, multiple endpoint controllers. Is that a specific tutorial you're saying, Nephi? Hmm. Oh, it's just, didn't I follow this one? Oh no, this is a build REST services with Spring. All right, we've got our entity. We create a repository. We init the DB. We create a controller that then calls the repository methods like find all, etc. They've got error handling. It looks like, so in the C# world, we have this thing called link, language integrated query. This looks kind of like that. They have like map and collect. This one's cool. Yeah, we'll look at this one too. Cool. Yeah. So I use DuckDuckGo. I guess. Well, I mean, I'm waiting for the hype train to be over before I take a quick break. But yeah, I like DuckDuckGo because they respect my privacy. So, yeah, they're a privacy conscious company, and you can just in settings you can turn off advertising. You don't even have to have an ad blocker in. And one of the other reasons is I really like their shortcuts you can do. So you might see me do this, like !npm, and then I can immediately search npm, or !w, and then that searches Wikipedia, and then like ! I use the IMDb one a lot, and so like I have DuckDuckGo set as my default search engine, and then I can just do this, and then immediately jump out to npm or like mdn map. All right. Yeah, thank you all for the hype train. I appreciate you all. So yeah, that's one of the main reasons. And then I use Firefox because they also are privacy conscious. Privacy conscious. And I don't want Google to take over the world. Fob, thank you for the 12 months. There should be competition is good in the browser world. Brave is just based on top of Chromium, and so it's kind of just Chrome with like a wrapper on top of it. Whereas Firefox is its own thing. They have their own completely their own way of like rendering pages and running JavaScript and everything else. And that's good for the web platform to have competition, because what happened back in the day with Internet Explorer, and the reason people were always talking about like the pains of supporting Internet Explorer, it's because Internet Explorer was everywhere. Like that was like they had a huge market share. So basically everyone had to make their sites always work with Internet Explorer, and it was kind of like a bit of the opposite problem of what you have with Chrome, because when Internet Explorer was big, they just didn't implement a lot of web APIs, and they were very behind. Now you kind of have the opposite problem. Like Chrome is like pushing the web forward, and they do support a lot of APIs, but all it would take is for Google to become complacent, and then now Chrome has massive market share, and it no longer gets the latest and greatest features like they are doing right now. And for that, competition is good. That's why I use Firefox. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. When I come back, we're going to get serious. We're going to set up Spring Boot. We're going to learn about repositories and working with databases, and also mapping those repositories to controller methods. that is the plan. So I will see you all in 5 minutes. Enjoy some nice music and say hi to people in the chat while I'm gone. So I'll see you soon. We're back. Hello, everyone. Let's write some code. Let's build a Java app, Java Spring app. Cool. So if you are just joining us, we have done the basics of Spring Boot, Java Spring Boot. We know how to spin up an app now. We know how to work with REST controllers to create backend routes. And now we're going to try to integrate a database. And so for that, we're going to use a thing called JPA, which is Java Persistence API. And that's going to, and also some kind of repository thing, and Schlax, thank you for the prime. And that's going to let us talk to a database in a nice way. It's basically their ORM, their object relational mapper for talking to a database. So I think I saw someone ask, how am I learning it? Just through the Spring Boot documentation. We went through a couple of the quick start guides, and now we're going to dive into some of these guides on how to use JPA. So what we learned is that JPA gives us this idea of a repository. And so basically a repository is like a mapping to a database table, and it gives us nice methods for working with that database table automatically. We want to combine that with building a REST API. So there is this tutorial or this guide on doing that with REST. And this one is interesting because it's actually an automatic mapping from a database table to the RESTful endpoints. We also have this guide, which isn't automatic. It basically shows you how to write each of the controller methods that maps it. I think we'll start here because there's less magic, right? We're kind of seeing what's happening for each of the various routes, and we can define all of the routes that we want. And yeah, and that is a good question. Is this better or the same or worse than the ORM from Laravel? It looks pretty nice. I mean, obviously, for all of these guides and everything that we're going to do today, it's going to be fairly simple, like one database table. We're not doing any complex relationships or anything like that. And that's when you really start to see how easy or how hard it is to work with an ORM, is when you start to deal with like deeply nested relationships. We're not doing that here. So we're kind of just seeing the surface level of how these things work. So let's go. Let's do it. Now, I need a new project. And for that, we're going to use the extension built into VS Code that can generate a project. Okay, so we're going to do Spring Initializer. We're going to create a Maven project with 3.2.2. We're going to use Java. We'll put the right group ID in here. We'll do coding.garden, and we'll call this. I guess let's create a CRUD API. So create, read, update, delete. What are we going to CRUD? Give me some ideas in the chat. It could be books, or it could be beers, types of beers. It could build to-dos, like a to-do API. It could be cats. It could do dogs. Cars. Movies. I like movies. Do I like movies? Twitch streams. I'm gonna keep it lame. I'm gonna do books because I have props. For instance, I have the C++ programming language first edition by Bjarne Stroustrup. Never mind, it's not the first edition. But I have we're gonna do books because I have props. I can bring out the books that we're gonna plug into this API. Books. It'll be a jar. Java version 21. All right, we want to add web. So Spring Web gives us like the controllers and stuff like that. We'll see if they have JPA. Yeah, so Spring Data JPA persists data in SQL stores. So we'll add this. So now we have a dependency on web and Spring Data JPA. Are we going to need anything else? Computers. Oh, Yeah, this one. So this has like a bunch of short stories and yeah, a bunch of short stories. It was written in the 70s though, and I was reading the short stories on stream, but it's very dated, I'll say. Like the stories were sexist. They were uh outdated in other ways as well, and so we're not going to read short stories from this anymore. But yeah, that is the thing. I've gotten a bunch of books that I haven't shown on stream yet, but I found this at the thrift store, The Beginner's Guide to Computers. Um, and it's from the PBS series The Computer Program, and it was published in 1982. So that's fun. I also have the Unix programming environment by Kernighan and Pike. All right. I think we just need JPA. If we specifically want like a Postgres database driver, I guess I'll add that too. And then this is going to let me talk to. So these should be the three things I need to create an API that talks to a database, a Postgres database. I added this fade out today before stream started. Cool. And now that generated a folder called books. And this is going to be our API. Yeah, so after 30 seconds, messages will disappear. um, and then we have our entry point and everything else we're going to create ourselves. Cool. So here we go. Let's start off with the simplest thing we can construct. In fact, we make it as simple as possible. We can leave out the concepts of REST. Yeah, so this creates a employee class. We are going to create a book class. Oh yeah, set the port. Good call. Let's remember how to do that. It's in source, main, resources, applications, port. Yeah. We always forget to set the port. Why not use Lombok? Because I have no idea what that is. All right. Cool. So it's having us create a class. I guess it didn't tell us where to put this. Yeah, so put this in Java payroll employee.java. It's interesting to see where they're putting things. Like they're putting it at the root under Java. I guess I could have a folder here called like library. I don't want that to be confused with like a software library. I'm talking about a book library. Um, oh yeah, I've never heard of. Yeah, I'm not a Java developer. That like this is my. I'm literally just trying Java and Spring Boot today, so there's a lot of stuff I don't know about the ecosystem. Yeah, I don't want to call this library. I also don't want to call it books because there's already a folder called books. Bookstore. Bookstore is what we'll call it. Like, I mean, I didn't want to. I didn't want it to be library because then that could be confused with like a library of code. All right, inside of here, I will have a book.java. This will be our resource. Now, I don't know. Is it a record? Is it a class? It's a class. Can you call it models? I guess we probably we can call it whatever we want. I think if we call it bookstore, this has everything to do with books. I guess. I don't know. All right, and then we have to think about the properties that a book has. So a book is going to have an ID, and we need to bring in some things. So if I do at ID, it should, yeah, it imports that Jakarta persistence ID. And so books have an ID. How or what else do books have? They have a title. They have a publish year. They do have an author. But I want to be clear, we're not doing nested relationships because at that point we could have like author ID or something like that. We are just going to have author as a string. We're not going to do any related tables or anything like that. ISBN. So ISBN is like the barcode. Yeah, I think ID is going to be the ID in our database, and that will be different than ISBN. Should I do it as camel case? that's I guess that's the next thing. I guess I was going to say C#. A Java code base typically does camel case. I want to map that into my database as underscores because I like to have my database columns have underscores. Yeah. Genre, yeah. We could do a description. This is fine. Pages and chapters. I'm not gonna do that. This is just like simple info about the book. We could do a price. You might be tempted to store this as a float, but if we're doing the proper database thing, then we store it as an int and we store it in cents. Right? Oh, and you can rename the column. Like that. I don't know. All right, let's look at what they've done. It's name equals. This is the other thing I didn't think about though. Is this going to give us like migrations? Like, are we going to be able to create a database table based on this class? I guess I didn't even look into that or think about that. Publisher? I think we have enough properties because again, we're not trying to model the whole system. I just want to get the hang of talking to a database that has a table like this. JPA is going to create the table for me. That's awesome. That's really cool. Okay. Apparently we need a base constructor. So we have a base constructor. Like this. And then we have a constructor that will take in. This is where the shorthand comes into play. Somebody mentioned it earlier. What's the shorthand to what do you call it? Make it so that they're like public getter setters and I don't have to like manually pass these in. Everyone's mentioning Lombok. I don't want to just learn another thing. I feel like we did it earlier. Somebody mentioned like there was a way of defining a property, and like you had a. Everyone is saying use Lombok. Is it part of Spring? Oh, records. It's a record. I see. There's too much. I'm not going to add another library. I think for now, I'm just going to. I'll just manually create the constructor. So I I could call this a record. I think the issue is if we want to have like custom setter methods, are those supported on a record? Hmm. Yeah, I think I have to use a class. And then we'll have title, we'll have all of these. Actually, does Java have like class initializer syntax? So that the constructor doesn't necessarily have to define all of these things, but then when we create an instance, we can easily set them? Or do I have to have all this boilerplate? Right click the file and then say generate. Source action? Wow. That's awesome. Um, that's cool. All right, we actually don't want the ID though. Yeah. And then, cool. What does trying mean? I don't write Java on a daily basis, and I have never built anything with Spring Boot, so I'm doing that today. Our goal right now is to talk to a database, though, because we learned the basics of Java Spring Boot. Yeah, it's interesting. This is manually creating getters and setters, though. Do these getters and setters need to exist for JPA to work? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Now, let's add the entity attribute on it. So we'll do entity. And then it complains about all these. The value is not used. Okay. We have attributes. A custom constructor is created when we need to create an instance. Okay. With this domain object definition, we can now turn to Spring Data JPA to handle the tedious database interactions. But check this out. I think we have the ability to generate the getters and setters. Here we go. Source action. Generate getters and setters for everything. Wait, everything. Go. Easy. Who needs Lombok when you can just generate all the code? I'm guessing Lombok probably has annotations that make it so that you don't have all this code in your class. It's probably a lot easier to look at. But this seems fine for me. It seems fine. It seems fine. Okay, that's good to know. If I'm ever diving into Java, I will definitely check out Lombok. It is interesting to see they also created a toString and a hash code method. I wonder what we're going to use. I wonder if these need to be implemented in order for JPA to work. And then we have like an equality thing. I'm not going to implement these methods for now. We'll see if we need them. What's up, Moose? Is toString better than goto? I have no idea. I think this is a Java convention. Like if you have this toString method on an object, it's used by other things within Java. Okay. Spring makes accessing data easy. By simply declaring the following interface, we automatically are able to create new books, update existing books, delete books, and find books. So we are now going to create the book repository right here. So we're creating a JPA repository of a book that maps to an ID, and I guess the IDs are longs. And we're in the bookstore package. Okay. I guess that makes sense. So yeah, if things are being logged, we need to know how to serialize a book. And in this case, toString would be able to serialize it. All right, let's do that. We can do a simple override. Just return the book title. Why is he using single quotes? Can you use single quotes in Java? Whoa, I had no idea. From C#, single quotes I thought were used for, okay, so it is. I was gonna say it's used for characters or chars, and it is literally a single character. Okay, but you can also have a single character string. Like that. Great. Okay, we created our repository. Now what? Spring Data's repository solution makes it possible to sidestep data source specifics and instead solve a majority of problems using domain-specific terminology. Believe it or not, this is enough to launch an application. A Spring Boot application is at minimum an entry point here. So we have our entry point. Yeah, that's already been defined. Now we need to load the database. So I see. They were putting everything under bookstore. I'm just gonna put everything in books. I don't know if that's crazy, but I'm just gonna put everything in books. And then we will create a load database file. So we init the database, we pass in the type of repository. And in this case, they're pre-creating a couple of employees. To wrap your repository in a web layer, you can turn to Spring MVC. Okay. Yeah, I was trying. I don't see what database they're even using here. Is it just a logger database? Oh, chat is still there. The messages disappear after 30 seconds now. This is an in-memory database. And so yeah, instead of employee repository, now we have a book repository. And then when the app starts up, it puts a few books in. I think that's fine for now. Let's get this working. Let's get the in-memory one working, and then we'll try to connect it to a database after that. So if I want to create a new book, there's a lot of things I need. So show me the autocomplete. We have title. All right, let's put C++ programming language. Let's put this into our database. So the title is the C++ programming language. The author is Bjarne Strustrup. The ISBN is 0-201-12-0. No, not dash, 078. 0-201-12-078 -X. The genre is reference. The description is the definitive Definitive. Guide to C++. Okay. Publisher. Addison Wesley. Publish year. $1986. Price. $2.99. That's how much I paid for it, anyways. All right. Why is this yelling at me? The constructor is undefined? Oh, you're right. We had the price as an int. Yeah, so it should be $2.99. It's in cents. Now what's wrong with it? String, 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 string. Oh, I thought we had a publisher. Did we get rid of that? I see. We had publish year, not publisher. Okay. Here's the other thing. Somebody mentioned there is a way to initialize this. So the way I guess the easy way to do this, or the nicer way to do this in, for example, C# is with initializer syntax. Because this could be really, really cumbersome to type out a big long constructor like this. Like, is this the syntax where then I can say like title is what is this called, and how do I do it? In I believe in C# it's called initializer syntax, but basically I can specify all of the things. Is it the builder pattern? I see. So we would have to use a library for that. Man, Java is cumbersome. Java is not. Java is missing a lot of things that C# just has built in. All right, we're gonna go back to how we had it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know if somebody asked it, but yeah, I guess this is technically dependency injection right here, where we just declare a dependency on the book repository and it's going to get injected for us. Okay, great. Now we're going to start the app up, and we will have one book in the database. Now what? Now we want to create a controller to list all of the things. So they're creating the employee controller. So we're going to create a book controller. This will be a class. We will get an instance of the repository, and I'm guessing this is also dependency injected. And we get an instance of the book repository. Okay. Now, if I mark this as a REST controller, it's now a REST controller. And yeah, this is also dependency injection, because when it creates an instance of the book controller, it's going to give us an instance of that repository. Why is this complaining? Not used. Okay, we will use it soon, because we want a find all method. It's interesting that they're adding these comments to it, but this is going to return a list of a book. List comes from Hibernate. Or does it? It doesn't. It comes from Java util list. Okay. So we're going to return a list of book when we make a request to /books. Simple as. So when a GET request comes into our app to /books, we're going to look in the database, find all the books, and respond with them. Now, I'm curious to know what these are for, what these comments are for. Let's see if it tells us. We'll add the other methods later, but this would implement basically like post requests and such, or like find by ID. It's Java doc? I don't like it. Like, but what is it? What does it mean? Get aggregate root is how does that correspond to this get method here, like for find all? Is this it's a custom naming, a custom tag? We're gonna get rid of those comments for now. All right. They're implementing employee not found exception for when someone requests an employee by an ID that does not exist. I'm not going to implement that. But we will later. And now we can run it. Okay. No, not that. Build error. Great. Failed to configure a data source URL attribute is not specified. That's accurate. Like we never did that. Are you saying okay. Did they tell us to do that in this documentation here? I don't think they did. I see. So because I added it, it doesn't just use H2 by default. Okay. Let's configure it to use H2. Also, what is Baldung, and why do they have all the docs on Spring Boot? Just comment out Postgres in the POM, and it will use H2. Is H2 listed by default here? H2 isn't in here, so I think I have to. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if I just comment it out. Now it wants H2, so I think I need to list H2 as a dependency now. Right on. Okay. This is a different error. Error creating bean with name entity manager factory defined in class path. Cannot instantiate codinggarden.books.book due to null. It's trying to create some beans. It is. If you didn't see earlier, that was the annotation on it. Or somewhere there's a bean. Is it the database setup? Yeah, here's our bean. Do we need this service annotation? Let's see if I missed something. So I have @entity on the, let's just double check on everything. So I have @entity on the book. We've got that. We've got our repository, which is nothing special. We've got our Spring Boot application, which is the default. I haven't changed that. We have @configuration on load database. We should. I just copy pasted that. Yep. I have the empty constructor here on book, unless I got rid of it. Yeah, so we do have an empty constructor. Try annotating the repository? But it is a repository. Oh, I gotta make it a public constructor. That's the issue. Great. Okay, so now we have an API that has a books endpoint. We should get back an array of one book, and we do. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, we could add all the other methods. But I think before we do that, I want to connect it up to Postgres, because right now it's an in-memory database. I guess let's do this. We'll create the method that creates a new book. So if we have, for instance, new book endpoint. So in our controller, we now when a post request comes into /books, this will return a book. The method is called new book. We're taking in a book in the request body. Laravel is so much better. I mean, they're different things. One of the things I'm noticing about Spring Boot is you get to pick and choose what you want. Laravel gets generated with like everything. And in this case, we kind of get to pick and choose the bits and pieces that we want. All right, why is this complaining? Null type safety. The expression of type book needs unchecked conversion to conform to a non-null book. Oh, there might have already been ads today. I have no idea. I actually haven't been keeping track of that. Yeah. If new book is null, I guess. Is this a Java 21 thing about like null checking? Really, ultimately, I guess I also want some validation here, right? Like, I don't have to do that. Yeah, because it is just like a warning. So if we add, can that be added to a type? Doesn't like that. Type not null is deprecated. Yeah, this is okay. So to do validation, to do error handling, request body is require. That doesn't exist, at least for what I have right now. This should work though. So let's kill the app, restart it. We should now have a post endpoint, and let's see what happens. We should be able to just hit this post endpoint like with a REST client. So I'm going to use Thunder client, and we'll make a request to localhost 9000 slash books. And this is going to be a post request. Let's see what happens if I pass in an empty body. Go. It just sets everything to null. It's cool. But now that I created it, if we make a GET request, we should now have two books. We have, now we have the null book and then the original book. But here we can pass in another book. This one, PHP in a nutshell, a desktop quick reference. Request body required. PHP in a nutshell. The author is Paul Hudson. The ISBN is 636920100. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. 0-596-10067-1. The genre is reference. The description is complete reference. Publish year. $2006. Price $3.99. Cool. So now that's in our database. And over here, why is the null one gone? Can my server restart? Oh, because I gave it the ID. it overrode the ID. But yeah. But that's what's crazy is it did an upsert by default. I didn't even get an error. It just straight up upserted it. Because I called the save method. So the save method will do an upsert if you're passing in the ID. Wow. That's cool. It's not what we wanted, but that's cool. Because if I don't pass in the ID, it should create it. Yeah, and so now ID 3, and now we have two PHP in a nutshell in our database here. Great. Yeah, I mean, we could also implement the controller route for update rather than create. But this is where validation would come in, because I would want a validation right here that says when you're creating a book, it shouldn't have an ID. It should it should not have an ID. And then when you're updating a book, you pass in the ID in the URL and don't pass the ID in the body. Yeah. I mean, the default is because I wrote the code to do that. It's the reason. But let's see. Does this article mention anything about validation? Valid. Okay, Spring, JPA, REST, validation. Validation in Spring Boot. A simple domain class. This is where we're at. Yeah. I see. So now we have like decorators where we can say that this shouldn't be blank. Cool. I'm curious. Let's actually just try it. So if I add this annotation on the book class. Yeah, somebody mentioned this, but we probably don't need getters and setters for the ID. Like the ID should not be settable. But let's say for title must not be blank. But not blank comes from a specific library. So this is mentioning Spring Boot starter validation. And so now over in our POM, we add a dependency on this. And now, not blank gets imported. Oh, maybe I didn't need that, but okay. Now I'm curious, if we try to create a book without a title, what will the error look like? And will it throw an error? So start it up. It will work. Let's see. Let's see. So it's a good point to bring up. We're not doing any sort of like async stuff here. We're literally just calling the method. I do believe every thread that gets spun up is technically blocking, right? Is that accurate to say? In that it's going to spin up threads for requests that come into our app. But if something like this, if we're not using any sort of like tasks API, it's potentially blocking. But let's see. Don't forget to add @valid on the controller. Let's see. Did they tell us to do that over here too? So we have our entity. And then the rest controller, I see. So you put @valid on the method. And this will call the validators. Okay, so let's restart it. And now, ideally, if I try to create a new book and I leave off the title, it should yell at me. Bad request. That's good. That's good. So now validation is like fairly integrated, right? So if we put these validators on each of our fields, it will automatically throw an error. Hey, Drills, thank you for the tier 3. To get the message, we need controller advice. Let's see. The exception handler annotation. I see. So they're like manually taking all of the validation errors and then making those available in the response error. All right. Is this all I need on the controller? Let's see. Now that I have that, if I restart the app, will I get nicer, or not nicer, will I get more detailed errors in the response? Look at that! Wow! That's cool. Okay. So we learned about validators. I think at this point I want to hook it up to a database, a real database. Because at this point I can validate potentially any field. We'd have to look into their API to do like more complex validation. But then for any given method in the controller, we can make sure that those validators are called. So yeah, we did validation. And I guess validation is also like error handling, because now I don't know if it would handle like a completely empty book though. Let's see what happens if we just pass a empty body. Yeah, we just get a bad request, which is fine. That is bad. And then if we pass just an empty object, it does the validator on title. Cool. All right. Let's hook it up to Postgres. So we'll have to look into how it would actually like create these, create the tables, generate migrations, I guess. Is in our POM, we commented out Postgres. So now we want Postgres. We do not want the in-memory database. And then, let's see. Java Spring JPA Postgres is what I want. Is this the? I think this is the one that you just linked to me. Connect to the database. So yeah, we have the dependency. Now in our settings, we set this stuff up. So I'm going to need to spin up a database. And then DDL auto. So this is going to be like, this is the database creation, which should update it. So yeah, I think I'm just going to spin it up with, everyone keeps telling me I need Lombok. I'm not going to use Lombok. Unless I really have to. So far, I don't think I've needed it. I want a Postgres database. So I'm going to create a Docker Compose. And then we're just going to throw a Postgres database in here. And for that, I'm going to just copy from some stuff I've done before. I forgot how complex this project was, but Docker Compose base has it here. For now, I'm gonna hard code it. Because otherwise, I would also need to look into how do we do environment variables, right? So right now, we're putting the username and password in this properties file, but we need to hide this stuff. Does Spring Boot support? Let's look it up. So Spring Boot env. And ad is starting soon. Okay. Stick around, everyone. I will stop working during. Actually, I'll just do during the ad. I'm just going to research .env. So for the next 3 minutes, I'm going to figure out how we do .envs. It's so easy. It's really easy. But I'm going to set that up right now while the ad is playing. Okay, here we go. I need to make sure that these variables can be expanded inside of a nested value. I probably want to add port too. Yeah, there shouldn't be any ads on YouTube. It's only on Twitch right now. Well, I want to have it set up in a way that is good for future projects, right? Because obviously these I could just put these values inside the properties file, but I want to see what is it like to do for a real world application. That's kind of why I'm doing this right now. We're gonna add the .env to our git ignore. All right. I don't think Sprink loads the .env file. Let's see. It does. Okay, we'll have to figure out how to load it then. And this confirms the idea that we can have nested environment variables inside the values. It uses the same names in the Docker Compose. It should anyways. Oh, the ads are over. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have determined that we can reference environment variables inside of this file. So this file has access to environment variables just with this syntax, but those need to be set on the system, and we want to set those automatically based on the values that are defined inside of this file. So what we want is when the app spins up, it needs to read these in to the environment, and then those can be loaded over here automatically. Yeah. Well, welcome in, Looming Sage. That's okay. I try to keep it somewhat entertaining, but yeah, you might be completely lost if with how deep in the weeds we are right now. This pure Java module that loads environment variables from a .env. Usage. But how do we load them in? Huh. Yeah, that one was programmatic. I just don't know if that's going to integrate with what Spring Boot does when it boots up. Apparently, I just add this as a dependency. Searching the externalized configuration for the Spring docs. What do you mean by that? Let's use this package. It seems fine. I think, yeah, I think we just add it and it auto reads them in. What version though? 4.0.0. All right. Yeah. good. I think one thing I want to make sure is that the .env is actually getting read in. So, I mean, and right now we're not running the container. Yeah, connection to localhost 5432 refused. That tells me it's reading my .env. I think. because if you look in the application properties, I'm pulling in the port from the .env, so it's working. It's working. It was that simple. Just add that package and we're good to go. So now I'll spin up the Postgres database. We don't want a health check. Top level object must be a mapping. DB variable, DB password variable is not set. Where did I put my? I thought Docker automatically reads in from a .env. So I have this .env here. And then this should be able to reference those. Oh, I guess I also need to specify ports. Can I use an environment variable here? The names are not the same? Postgres password, Postgres user, Postgres DB. Oh, good call. The right hand side. Yeah, you're right. You're completely right. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. You are completely right. You all are right. You all are right. I would prefer to call them DB password though. It's okay. I'm already this far. I don't want to update it in other places. Here we go. Also, we'll see if this syntax works for the port mapping. Must be a list. Something's happening. Okay. So we have a Postgres database, and now we'll spin up our Spring Boot application. Preloading book. There's a book in our database now. Okay, but let me take a step back. I'm going to. Oh no. I killed the wrong thing. But I'm going to create a I forget what it's called, but so that Postgres persists its changes. A volume. Yeah, a volume. Yeah. So we're going to create a DB data folder and map that to I don't know what, because I forget, but we'll find it. This var lib Postgres data. Okay, so now when I spin it up, it's going to persist all changes in that folder. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my git ignore so I don't forget. And that means anything that gets put into the database will stay there if I spin it down and spin it back up. So now, why not use named volumes? I don't know that much about Docker. I know what I know. So, Um, great. That started up. We can start up Maven, or yeah, Maven, and it put that book into the database. And so now, if I request this, there's only one, which is great. If I spin the database down, it should still be there. And honestly, I think if I spin this back up, we're actually going to have two of the same kind because the preload is like loading it in. Yeah, preloading book. And so now I have two C++ books, but if I kill the Spring Boot app and kill the database, we for sure will know they persisted if I now restart them and we see, this time we're going to see 3 books because when this starts up, it's going to insert another book. And we do. Beautiful. This amount of integration is actually kind of insane. Like, I didn't even have to change the load database file. It automatically picks up that I had the Postgres dependency. It then automatically pulls in all of the data source values and just automatically connects to the database. That's it. That's all. That's crazy. In this case, I should probably stop preloading whenever we initialize the database. The best and worst. Yeah, I think you potentially would get used to it. You would yeah, and actually I guess I don't even need this. I don't need an init database function, right? I don't need any of this. I don't even need the load database function. It's called autoconfig. Yeah, I think if you're in the Spring ecosystem, you would get used to it. You would understand that, all right, any Spring project I jump into is if it's going to be set up this way. I don't think I even need this file. Delete the whole darn class. Well, did I delete the wrong thing? Try again. Yeah, we're good to go. And now it's not inserting a new thing on create. All right. But at this point, let's create a delete method so we can delete these things that are already in our database. So on the controller, yeah, we kind of have error handling. We also have like validation too. So I want a delete mapping. So /books. We're gonna call this delete book. And this is gonna take in the ID. Well, this is the one thing I didn't learn how to do. Yeah, I want to be able to do params in the URL like that. So let's learn how to do that because I have not done that yet. So if we look at their controller, request param. So we saw request param for query parameters. I don't know if do we use the same thing for URL parameters. Would migrations work after you delete those files? I have a feeling if we want to do anything in terms of like if we want to update the schema, we could just like add a property to the class, and when we start it up, it would automatically do that. But right now, at least in the settings, we're saying the DDL auto is to update the schema. There has to be a setting that would actually save these changes to my database somewhere, so we could actually use those migrations. Path variable. Let's see. Yeah, so delete mapping. So orders, and then they use curly braces to map it to a URL, which we've done. So I'm going to make a delete request to books/2. And then to access it, we say path variable. Which is the ID. All right. Without looking, I'm going to see if I can figure out their ORM. So repository.delete all by delete by ID and pass in the ID. Cool. Now it comes down to what's the proper thing to return in the case of a RESTful delete. I think typically you just respond with a 201 status code or something like that. Do we really even need to check if it exists though? Let's see. So find by ID. If they didn't find by ID, order not found. Otherwise, response entity.ok. I see, but their delete is not actually deleting it from the database. Their delete is just like canceling the order, right? Yeah, I think the standard REST way is to respond with a 204 status code. So my guess is that what is it? We saw it a second ago. Response entity dot. Which one of these is 204? No content? And then what does this respond with? Void methods can't return a value. I guess I don't want to return a value. If I just do this, will that actually respond with a 204 status code? Why is it called response entity? It's just the way to do it. When you want to use and also Limotes, thank you for the reset. When you want to use get or post methods, you can create DTO and entities.dto are used for the request. Use entities for responses. Oh, the literal type is response entity? But it's not, because no content is a headers builder? All right, we're closer. We're closer. Ultimately, if you look into like the REST specification, a delete response shouldn't actually respond with the object itself. It just responds with no content 204 status code. If you're following that, technically we could look it up in the DB, delete it, and then return the thing that we looked up. But we're gonna try to do it this way. Is this a generic? Is a raw type response entity? But we're not. Can I do void? It's nothing? Question mark? Oh, question mark. Cool. Because technically it's no. Would void work as well? I guess void would work too, but it's nothing. There's no body. It's just a 204 status code. It's no body. All right, let's test it. So now we want to delete the book with ID 0. Oh, yeah. The overlay escapes code. Yeah, it's trying to prevent injection. Okay. We want to make a delete request to books/0 with no body. 204, no content. We did it. It's still there. It didn't delete it. Am I looking at the right thing? Oh, it did. Okay. Because we don't have a getter on the ID, we actually don't see the IDs here. Deleting by ID 0 meant nothing because there's nothing in my database with ID 0. I was looking at the array index, which is not the ID. To see this properly, we need to actually add a getter on the ID property of a book. Can I do source action, generate getters? Yeah. This way, when it gets it from the DB, it will include the ID. Like that. So yeah, so ID 2 and then ID 52. Something's going on there. I think the repository is like keeping track of what the ID should be or something like that. But we now make this request. Yeah, it's the sequence inside of Hibernate. If we delete with ID 52, good, and now we can delete with ID 2, and we should have nothing in our database. Done. Awesome. Okay. Cool. I am curious why in there. Yeah. In their response, they have this embedded thing. Oh, because they're using how? Where did they set that up? Or like, yeah, like Hate OS. Oh, they're creating an assembler which returns the Hate OS responses. Okay. That's fun. All right. Please try adding relation. I don't have the time to do it today. It probably wouldn't be too hard, but it's not something I want to dive into. I think ultimately, I think we kind of got what we came for. Like, we're talking to a database, we're doing validations, we're sending custom responses. At this point, diving deeper into error handling would probably be something that I would want to do just to make sure I know how to do that. And I guess also like more consolidated and consistent error handling, because for instance, when we're saving and creating a book, I guess there's other things that could go wrong here. Like, what if there's a database connection error? Right, we're handling the validation errors, but there's other things that might go wrong. Yeah. I think I'm okay with the sequence being auto-generated. I guess that just comes from Hibernate and what it's doing there. um, yeah, yeah. Error handling, service layer, transactions, logging setup. Yeah, there's more we would want to do to like figure out how do we do the production ready things that we would want to do. Um, but this is a good start. This is a very good start. Here's one thing we will do though. So right now, this is the last thing we'll do with Spring Boot today. Right now, I was manually creating a controller that has the various methods we want to implement, like find all, create one, delete one. We can use the repository pattern. Yeah, repository rest resource to just get this all in one. So if we create a repository. Let's call it, well, actually, I guess we already have the book. We have the book repository. I see. So we can annotate our repository to be a REST repository. Apparently there's another dependency we need for this. I'm not going to try Lombok today, no. If we try Java again in the future, I'll definitely try it. Everybody was like, use it, and but next time. Oh, REST repositories is a specific dependency. Okay, I'm curious, is there a Spring way of adding a dependency? Oh, now I want REST repositories. Enter. Now that wow, that's awesome. So that automatically updates my pom.xml with this, which gives us the REST repository. All right, awesome. Now I should have access to this. I guess I don't. Spring Boot starter data rest. Spring Boot starter test. Maybe I need to reload. No? Didn't add it. Let's see. Add starter. Exposing Spring data repositories over REST via Spring. Okay, so it's there, but is this annotator wrong? Or annotation wrong? Guess I'll try manually importing it. I at least have the JPA dependency. Because we've been talking to a database. Yeah, this one. Oh, this is wrong, right? This should be that. I guess I don't know. um, Spring data rest. This is what we have. Synchronize Maven after adding the dependency. How do I do that? All right, so starting it potentially installed the dependency. That's the first time I would have had I would have had to have done that though, because in the yeah, that fixed it. Just starting the app fixed it. Before it seemed like it auto installed those. Huh. Okay. Regardless. Collection resource relation. Book. And the path is going to be books resource. And then I don't know. So they added this method, but we also want all of this. Paging and sorting repository. So not a JPA repository. A paging and sorting repository that maps a book like this. And a CRUD repository. Okay. At this point, the controller needs this repository though. I think I need a separate repository. I'm gonna create a books resource repository. Like I'm gonna go back just a second. Let's go back to the way it originally was because the controller depends on the JPA repository existing. So this needs to exist because our controller uses that book repository, and we want that to stay working. I want a separate one. I'll call it the book resource repository. It's gonna be the magic one that now creates a paging and sorting repository and a CRUD repository on books resource. See what happens. Broken. Okay. Book cannot be converted to book. Oh, I need to rename it. I need to rename it. Book resource repository. Duplicate class, exactly. Thank you. All right. So our previous endpoints should work as is. Yep. There's that, and then we can like create a book at the existing one. Let's do that. Never mind, because I'd have to write it from scratch. But now we should be able to go to books resource. Yeah, and so this gives us a HateOS API automatically. Check it out. So now let's try to create a book here. See what happens. No content to map, end of input. Send it an empty body. What happens? Internal error. Send it an empty body with a title. PHP in a nutshell. It works. You'll notice that the validators aren't spitting out the right stuff. I guess we would have to do a similar override, because if you look at what we did for the book controller, we created this handle validation exception thing. And would this just work if I put it into the repository? Let's see. I don't know. There might be another way of overriding that. Abstract methods do not specify a body. Yeah, there's probably another way to do it. But basically, we would need to handle validation exceptions for this repository and then respond in the right way. Oh, you're right. It is an interface. Fascinating. Okay. I'm not going to dive into that now, but yeah, that would be my next step, is how do I get the similar types of errors that we were getting when we created a custom controller. But to take a step back, what has actually happened is all I have to do is define this repository, which extends paging and sorting and CRUD. And this now gives me automatically a controller that maps to that book resource. That's it. That's all. The more manual way is to create a controller, create all of your methods, and then each of these methods call the repository and do the things that you need to do. But if you have an endpoint that just is a standard HateOS endpoint and just has create, read, update, delete, you don't have to do everything manually. You can just create the repository, the resource repository, and it'll just work. We can test this out further. So if we try to do a, well, yeah, we did a post that comes back, and so now if I do a get, we can see that the data comes back, and we should also be able to do a delete. Though the IDs aren't coming back on the resource. I wonder why. I guess because it links back to itself, so we know the ID is 103. But here we should be able to do a delete on 103. Let's see. So it said 200 okay, and now if we do a get, we should get a 404. Yep. And if we do a get on the root, nothing. Cool. So someone asked, is this a style or paradigm you would want to use on an everyday basis? For larger code bases where we're doing the same kind of CRUD over and over again, absolutely, right? This is way less code to manage and maintain because I simply hook up the repository and we're good to go. But obviously, if you want to do more custom things, then it makes sense to start to break out and define each of your own methods. But yeah. Cool. I think I'm going to call it there. I think let's make a quick list of the things that I learned today, and we'll get out of here. So, and also I guess like a quick summary of what we did today. Yeah, thanks for coming along on this journey, Kamba. I appreciate you. Yeah, I think the moment you want to do anything more manual, more custom than just create it in the database, you're going to need more than just the repository. I guess the other thing is if you have nested relationships, I don't know how a repository is going to handle that as well. You're probably going to need more custom implementation. I'm assuming so. There's definitely a way to customize it. We'd have to look into it. All right, what did we learn? We learned, I guess, let me just give final impressions. Not necessarily what we learned, but final impressions. It is it's full features. Like it's full featured. We said this at the beginning when we were reading about it, but it has everything. I mean, the fact that, especially like once you add the extension in VS Code, the fact that once I go in here, we have access to all of these things that are just kind of like built in. We can access any kinds of databases. We can access validation. There's things for security and auth. That's the next thing that I would start to explore is, well, how do we implement auth now? And potentially how do we add in like OAuth? And Spring Security looks like it would handle that. And I guess if you're working in enterprise, they also have like LDAP and Okta for like single sign-on. But all of these are just built into the Spring ecosystem, and I can just add them into my app, and auto setup is really nice. The fact that we got a .env working without much headache, like it didn't take me longer than like 10-15 minutes to get a .env working. So like I'm used to working in the node.js world where we create an env like this, we pull in a library that can read these in, and then we can use them anywhere. We found a similar library. Now this one wasn't directly from Spring Boot. It's a third-party package, but it works just fine. And now I can have my .env. I can pull in those values in the places that I need it. So, yeah, it's the auto setup is crazy. The full featured stuff. The CRUD resource is super cool. That's the last thing we were showing, where it just automatically maps methods to your talking to your database, and it makes it all like it sets up a whole HateOS API for you. That's amazing. Yeah. Why Maven and not Gradle? It's just the first one I chose. But anytime I made that decision, there were multiple people in the chat that were like, "Well, why don't you choose the other one?" Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, definitely check out Sentry. I'm curious though. Is there? I would be curious if there is a Sentry plugin for. Um, see if it'd be listed in the main one here. Sentry error handling. Well, they have a guide on their site. There's a Sentry plugin for anything. Yeah, this was the other cool thing to see. So specifically, because we're using this POM file, this is Maven. This is how we manage our dependencies with Maven. And it was cool for me to see that you literally just put in the dependency and then it installs it. I don't know how it works, how it would work with Gradle, but Maven seemed to be just fine. But yeah, add that, done. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Actually, I'd love to hear from the chat. What were your impressions of watching me try and learn and build this stuff today? Overall, I think some people had asked how I would compare it to Laravel, because we did Laravel about 2 weeks ago, and Laravel is also full featured. But one of the things that was a little bit harder to get the hang of with Laravel is by default they give you everything. Yeah, and people are still stuck on me using Lombok. Next time we do Java, I'll do Lombok. But yeah, that's a. I guess once you're in the Laravel ecosystem, you'll get used to like the complexities and how many folders there are and where everything is. But what I'm finding with Spring Boot is you kind of just pick and choose the pieces as you need, and that way your code base stays smaller until you need those extra things. And I think that's just two different styles that you might prefer. But a lot of it is plug and play, which is pretty slick. Yeah. Yeah. Why not use Lombok? Yeah, Hugo is saying lots of magic, but once you try to break out of it, it might get more complex. Yeah, I will concede to that. Like, we're kind of using the auto config for everything. And if you had custom requirements for like, I don't know, if for whatever reason this database connection by default isn't what you needed, we'd have to figure out how to customize it, and that could get more complex. Yeah. You've definitely mastered the learn new things, reading effectively, not fearing to fail. It was fun for me who code this kind of stuff for 20 years. Yeah, I'm also trying to like set an example for people. like you should not be afraid to just try things. Just try things. And also like use what you know. I think that's the other thing is I've been doing this stuff for a long time as well. So like I already knew what Java was. I had a general idea for what Spring was. I've done stuff. I actually I will say though I've done stuff in the .NET and C# world, and this has a lot of parallels to that. Like the way you build web APIs with .NET is similar in that like it has all these packages, built-in packages from the core team that do all of the things that you need. So yeah. Give Laravel 11. Yeah, I've heard about that. I heard that version 11 kind of removes a lot of the extra stuff by default. So yeah, I should definitely give it a try. What knowledge in Java Spring is considered a junior level? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, are you saying like how much Java Spring should you know to be considered a junior? Like, what's the base amount that you need to know? Because I don't know. I'm not in that world. I would say you should know all of the packages that I use today. You should probably be very familiar with those. But yeah. So I'm not going to go down this route, but I will say you can do server-side rendering with Spring. They have a templating language. Anyone in the chat, you can tell us what it is, but it's possible to render out HTML with Spring Boot as well. Yeah, don't call a programming language bad if you haven't tried it. Yeah, like you need to earn the right to call Java a bad language. Compa says finish the Spring Academy. Cool. Yeah. So I mean, I didn't even look at that, but I'm guessing that gives you base knowledge, to be considered a junior. Yeah. Check it out. Just a template. I mean, okay, I'm tempted to do it. Let's see how easy it would be to just render an HTML page. Spring Boot template? Template engines for Spring. Serving web content with Spring MVC. A web controller? It's called Timeleaf? I thought that was like somewhat... That's the name of the thing? Oh, there it is. Okay. But then how do we render it? That's the library. We have the controller. How are we mapping that to the view? It's the view name. Oh, so it corresponds. So templates corresponds to. Okay, let's speed run it. How fast can I render some HTML with Spring Boot? And go. All right. So I know the thing is called Timeleaf. Over here, we're gonna go to our POM. We're going to add the Timeleaf template engine. Go. All right. Proceed. That installed it. We learned that I need to run it to at least make sure that I have the dependency. Okay, now that I have the dependency, we should have a templates folder. Resources template. Okay, so our server-side templates go in the resources folder. So resources, templates. Let's create a wow.html. Is that the template? Yeah, they use that. Okay. And then we'll throw that in. And they have their own custom syntax for like rendering values in, but apparently the name value is what gets returned from the controller. So if we now have a wow controller, call this the wow controller. When you make a request to /wow, apparently the method name is what maps it to the template. Oh, no. We're returning. I see. This right here, what you return is the template that it will render. Yeah. Okay. And then we got to be in this package. But yeah, that's kind of weird to me. Wow maps to wow, but yeah, I think you can call this whatever you want, and then you return the template name that you want to render. And here, when we add attributes, we're making data available inside of the template, and so over here we get access to name. That should do it. Let's see. We can run it. I didn't crash. We go to localhost 9000/wow. White label error page. Let's see. Context path through circular view path would dispatch back to current handler wow again. Check your view resolver. Wow calls itself. Okay, maybe I have that wrong then. Wow returns wow? What am I supposed to return here then? See, we have greeting that returns greeting. Right? Right? Need another name on the get? Banana. Okay, so slash banana now returns the wow route? No. We have a template called wow.html. We have our wow controller. All right, we're 3 minutes 46 seconds in. Um, we installed the dependency. No worries, Unji. I couldn't get it working. I'm not going to spend any more time debugging this. I'm probably missing something simple, honestly. Um, I need this? Where does this go? In my class path? The HTML file name cannot be wow? Why not? But yeah, if we look in Palm, we've got this. Yeah, so I mean it's in the Palm. Let's look at the error. Okay, we're gonna look at the error one more time. If we return the right view route. It is. The tux has a Microsoft shirt on. Did I include the MVC starter? No. Am I missing some codes that sets up MVC? Hmm. All right, I can't. I have to go. I have to get out of here. If somebody figures it out, post in the Discord of what I'm missing or what I did wrong. I'm gonna push this code up to GitHub as well. I think I can go ahead and do that. Let me do that now. Bye. Bye. Should I be ignoring the Maven directory for Git? So why is it adding all this vendor stuff? Okay. Cool. Cool. That should have all of it. View resolver? I don't see that in their tutorial here. I'm not sure where that would go. I read the error message, but like I said, I'm done. I got to get out of here. This was super fun. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me. Thanks for all the suggestions today as well. It's actually really cool. Every time I try something new, all the people that know how to do that thing are always in the chat helping out. Like even in past weeks as well. If you look at the Try-Day Fridays, when I was learning Godot, there are a bunch of Godot people helping. When I was learning Laravel, there are a bunch of Laravel people. When I was learning Rust, there are a bunch of Rust people. I appreciate you all showing up and being nice and all that good stuff. You should keep an eye on the schedule. I'll update it this weekend. Usually I'm live on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but we'll see. Keep an eye on the Discord as well. I send out notifications there, and I also send out go live notifications via email. So check out all these things. If you're watching here on or on YouTube, definitely go check out Twitch. Come over to Twitch because we're about to do a raid. And if you're watching on Twitch, follow my YouTube stuff if you haven't yet. And I think that's all. We're going to go on a raid. Here are the raid messages. If you are a subscriber, you can use this raid message. If you are not a subscriber, you can use this raid message. Or you can come up with your own raid message. And this has been a whole lot of fun. So wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.